Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched. Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves country tonight, where we will open up the phone lines, react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love it.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king, Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. Members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves country.
Hey there, hi there, ho there. Hope y'all are having a hell of a Friday night. And we put the screen up there so everybody can see. I see Charlie asking about Max Fried, who's pitching tonight. It's Max Fried going up against Matt Waldron. We're going to talk about Waldron in a second because he's an interesting character. I did some video research on him before the game, and I was not aware of this. He's a knuckleballer, so this ought to be fun. And he's not your traditional knuckleballer. More on that here in 1 second. A couple of things that I want to hit up before we start the pregame show. First of all, a lot of folks have been asking about the Braves Country Radio ball caps, and we've got the tumblers and the koozies, all that stuff coming out. We should have an answer on when that will be here next week. It is in production. We've been waiting forever. It was really weird. The original trials that they gave us to take a look at came to us instantly. So we just figured that they would come, and they have been sitting in the production room for quite some time, but we finally got a email yesterday that said that it is in production stage. So hopefully we will get this really, really quickly, and we'll get them up on the shop. We're going to keep the price to them very cheap. We're not trying to make money off it. All we're trying to do is have Braves Country fans have something that they can wear, and that that looks nice, but it's not going to cost an arm and a leg, especially in the economy when we know it's tough times. All right, let's go ahead and get into do that every time. Let's go ahead and get into the game itself. Matt Waldron, so he's a knuckleball pitcher, but the interesting thing about his knuckleball, it's not a fast-moving knuckleball. So in other words, it's not your typical, when I think of knuckleball, I guess maybe because I grew up on Necro and the way he threw his knuckleball, think more of like R.A. Dickey style, where it's a knuckleball, but it moves a little faster. His knuckleball averages, 77, 78 miles an hour. So that's right up there where R.A. Dickey was. The knuckleball that was coming through with the Necros, that was low 70s. They even, a few times were known to hit the high 60s. So it's going to be an interesting situation tonight, because I don't know the last time we saw a knuckleballer. I was trying to look it up, and I feel like R.A. Dickey was the last time. There's not many in the league. Supposedly there's one other reliever, but there's debate on whether or not his pitch is really knuckleball. So Matt Waldron is a knuckleball pitcher, but it's a faster moving knuckleball. What you're going to see from him tonight is you're going to see a four-seamer that tops out at 91. So kind of a hard throwing knuckleballer, to be honest. He's got a sweeper so the knuckleball he uses 35% of the time. So it's not a pitch that a lot of knuckleballers in the past, that was their main pitch, and they would set you up and then hit you with the fastball. He mixes it in quite a bit. He has the knuckleball and the four seam, and they come in. If you had the two up, we're talking about 63% of the time. So 2/3 of the pitches, essentially, it's back and forth between the knuckle and the four seam. Then he's got a sweeper that he uses 19% of the time, and that thing comes in about the same speed as the knuckleball. So it's a little odd. And then the sinker, he'll use about 16% of the time. He does have a cut fastball that comes in. So the four seam, the cut, and the sinker all hit about the same level. They're all about high 80s, very low 90s. The sweeper and the knuckle is in the high 70s. Those are the two basic speeds you're going to see. What you're going to see out of this is with Waldron, he comes in tonight with a rather high ERA for a starter, 5.49. He's got a 1.45 whip. So that tells you right there he has issues with control and keeping runners off base. And so when you're talking about having a runner averaging 1.5 runners per 9 innings per base per inning, in comparison, Max Fried comes in with a 1.04 whip, and that's after 2 terrible starts at the beginning. Remember, he was terrible. His ERA in his last 4 starts is, coming in at 1.24 in the last 2 starts. He's got an opponent batting average of 0.76. Now, he's gone up against some lighter offenses recently. So this is going to be a real test. Max Fried going up against a very good hitting San Diego Padre offense. But if you're looking at what Waldron has done, if you're just kind of trying to familiarize yourself with him, this is what he has done this year. So normally I go 4 to 5 starts back. So let's do that. His last start was against the Dodgers, and he went 5 1/3, only gave up 2 earned runs. He gave up a home run. And the one thing that he is penchant for home runs, but a lot of knuckleball pitchers are like that. He then went up against Arizona to start before. That one he got rocked. And that makes 0 sense if you think about it, because the Dodgers have a potent offense and Arizona's offense has been struggling. But Arizona went 3 innings, 7 earned runs against the Diamondbacks. He went 6 and gave up 4 against Cincinnati, and then you go back to Colorado, and I'm sure that was an interesting pregame with the knuckleball pitcher going into Colorado. But check this out. He goes 6 and only gives up 1 run in Colorado. So it's a real mixed bag of tricks. And right before that, if you want to go all the way back before that, Toronto, 4 innings, 5 earned runs. And by the way, he faced the Dodgers twice this year. He has given up 2 earned runs in 10 1/3 innings. What? So I don't even get that part, but something about his mechanics or whatever has the Dodgers fooled. I've got an idea. If the Padres fall out of the race, we need to go get that guy for the bullpen in case we face the damn Dodgers. And if we don't face the Dodgers, just DFA him. It is game 1 of a 4-game set, and it's Armed Services weekend in Major League Baseball. So you're going to see them wearing all the Armed Service hats. I've got my Major League Baseball one that this one was from a few years back. The ones this year are black with the stars, and you'll see all the teams wearing it. Their batting helmets won't look that way, but all the ball caps look that way. Also, by the way, did you see what Paul Skeens did today? God dog it. I got home from the day job and got home just in time for that game to start. And this guy struck out the first 6 batters he faced in Chicago against the Cubs. He ends up going 6, no hits the Cubs, just gives up the 1 walk. He was at 100 pitches, so they pulled him, but he ended up with 11 strikeouts. Struck out 7 of the first 8 batters he faced. He was very close to breaking a record, but just fell short. But see, Ed's asking about the weather. The weather's fine, it appears. They've got Waldron warming up right now. I've been checking it periodically throughout the day. There was threat of rain, depending on which app you looked at. But if you looked at the radar all along, it really didn't look like much of rain. Now, tomorrow is going to be another issue. Tomorrow, we'll have to see when we get up and everything to see what happens with tomorrow. But tomorrow's game looks like rain because they're waiting to play the game at 7:15 at night. They could squeeze it in if they played a day game, but as of right now, that has not been determined. And they usually don't do that. They usually, and I don't know why Major League Baseball doesn't do that. It seems like it would be easy to do if you gave the fans enough time. But anyways, tomorrow's game is a 7:15. It's the local game on Fox, or the national game on Fox. And so that's probably why they're reluctant to move it. But it does look like we're going to get some rain tomorrow. It's coming in later on tonight around midnight, 1 a.m. And then there's another front that's due up after that. All right, real quick, I want to hit up before we have to jam out of here for first pitch. Get you caught up with the minor league system with the Atlanta Braves. And if you've not been paying attention to what Herschel Waldrop has been doing, so his first couple outings to start the season were awful. You got to realize something. This guy was playing college baseball at the University of Florida 1 calendar year ago, right? So 1 calendar year ago, we're talking about a guy that was, his team actually made it all the way to the College World Series. So even after he's drafted, his season didn't end till mid to late June. Then after that, they've got to come to terms, et cetera, et cetera. So what ends up happening is he comes to camp late, gets a few starts, and now this is essentially, for all intents and purposes, this is his first season in the Braves system, first full season. His last 5 starts, an ERA of 1.16 for Herschel Waldrop is who we're talking about if you're just joining us. His last 5 starts, a 1.16 ERA. 26 strikeouts. You don't like the 9 walks, but 31 innings pitched. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. And the big thing to me, I always look at 2 things. When it's a pitcher, I'm looking at your whip. And when it's a hitter, I'm looking at your OPS. Because if you're giving up OPS numbers, your big OPS numbers, we're talking about 7, 8, 9, you're getting bounced around. His OPS that he's given up in those last 5 starts, 5.72. Now, granted, he's in Double-A, but Double-A is a little different than it used to be. Realistically, nowadays, Double-A baseball means you're just a step away from the show. Your Triple-A guys, especially because Gwinnett is so close to the stadium, your Triple-A guys tend to be your veterans that they can use in a pinch. Your Double-A guys are guys that could really advance. We're going to talk more about this as the game goes on. I got stuff on Smith-Shawver and Schwellenbach down on the farm. And the Braves pitching, young pitching, is doing a damn good job. We'll be back in a flash. Time for lineups and all that stuff here on Braves Country Baseball.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing designated hitter for the San Diego Padres, it's Luis Arias. 9 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .303. Fernando Tatis Jr. batting second, playing right. 8 home runs, 22 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .256. Jurickson Profar is in left field and batting third. He has 7 home runs, 29 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .322. Jake Cronenworth is batting cleanup and playing first with 7 home runs, 27 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .265. Manny Machado is batting fifth and playing third. 5 home runs, 22 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .222. Xander Bogaerts playing second, batting sixth. 4 home runs, 13 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .213. Jackson Merrill is in center field with 3 home runs, 17 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .288. And Kim is at shortstop and batting eighth. He has 5 home runs, 21 RBI, batting .204 with 8 stolen bases. And Higashioka is behind home plate with a 182 average. He's 6 for 33 on the year with a home run and 2 RBI. On the mound for the San Diego Padres tonight, it's Matt Waldron. He's 1-5 with a 5.49 ERA, 1.45 whip, 39.1 innings pitched, 35 strikeouts, 15 walks, 6 home runs. He'll be going head-to-head with Max Fried, who's 3-1 with a 3.57 ERA. 104 whip, 45 in the third innings pitched, 30 hits allowed, 37 strikeouts, 17 walks, and 4 home runs giving up. Coming to bat for your Atlanta Braves, backing up Max Fried in the bottom of the first inning. Back in right field with 3 home runs, 11 RBI, 14 stolen bases, and a .245 average, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll be followed by Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 3 home runs, 19 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .280. Batting third, your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 12 home runs, 41 RBI, .327 average. Matt Olson is batting cleanup and playing first with 5 home runs, 22 RBI, a .219 average. And Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate with 5 home runs, 16 RBI, a .260 average. Patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 4 home runs, 15 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .258. Orlando Arcia batting seventh and playing short with 4 home runs, 15 RBI, a .250 average. And Jared Kelenic is batting eighth and playing left. He has 2 home runs, 7 RBI, batting .261. Zach Short is batting ninth and playing third. He's 5 for 26 on the year with 2 RBI, 1 stolen base, a .192 average. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Tony Randazzo. First base umpire is Tom Hanahan. Second base will be manned by Phil Cousy, and down the third base line, it's Alex Tosi. Atlanta Braves come in 26-14, 15-5 at home. Padres 22-24, 12-8 on the road. Atlanta's minus 215 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Padres Game 1 of a 4-game series, a wraparound series here in Atlanta with Max Fried starting us off. Country Club members, warm up those tomahawks. We've got the Max Fried emoji kicking tonight. Braves Country, get your game face on.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. We are set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Let's go ahead and hit roll call here real quick. Good evening, Country Club members. We've got Charlie, David S., and David Thomas. We've got Edward Spry. Also in Braves country tonight, we've got Daniel, Jay and Victoria, Russell. Who am I forgetting? Nathaniel. I think I missed you, Nathaniel, the first time. Country Club member. I apologize. We've got John, JC. We've got Grandma King, Travis, Timothy, Sud Fam. Good evening to everybody, wherever you're listening or watching here in Braves country. Jump into the chat. Hey, JC. Jump into the chat. Tell us where you're listening from, where you're watching from. And we're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Timothy's in Jacksonville, Florida. Jessup, Georgia for JC. Couple other things I want to hit up on the minor league. We didn't get a chance to get into the pregame. Along with Waldrop looking really good, the SSAJ, AJ Smith-Shawver, he has been touching 100 miles an hour pretty regularly. Charlie's in Kingsland, Georgia. Justin's in Thompson, Georgia. So, and he's only had 48 starts in his professional baseball life. Before that, remember something about AJ Smith-Shawver. He picked up baseball late in life comparatively to other kids. So he's still learning how to pitch. He's still learning how to play the game. And he's done really well. And what they're really trying to do with AJ is to get him to place his fastballs. I think we're going to see AJ soon. I think we're going to see Waldrop fairly soon. Because remember, we got a lot of games in a little time. We've got a stretch we're about to hit 17 consecutive days without a day off. And they're going to need some of the guys down on the farm if they want to keep giving guys extra days off. And the other guy to keep an eye on, this is a guy that a lot of people aren't talking about right now, Schwellenbach, down on Double-A. This kid was drafted by Nebraska, out of Nebraska, Cornhuskers. He was a pitcher and shortstop last year. He made his Double-A debut this week, 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 9 strikeouts, and 1 walk. I think he's 24 years old. So he's a guy that probably we'll see sooner than later. So keep an eye on Schwellenbach. You might have heard his name. You may not have. All the Shawver and Waldrop get all the publicity. And we got a couple other guys down the farm. We'll get more into that as the time goes on. I think we're going to start dedicating some segments and some shows to the minor league because we just don't have enough time to get into it during the pregame shows. Well, we're just about set, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Max Fried to Luis Arias, the ex-Marlin, spins him around inside, fastball misses, it's 1-0. The 1-0, lefty, pitch on the way from Fried, swung on and dropped over towards second, not much on it. Ozzy's got it, scoops, flips, 4-3 put out, and that'll get us going here in the top of the first inning. Put the first chop of the night on there for a good pitch jamming Arias. He has been a real pain the entire time we have faced him his whole career in Miami. Doesn't go for a lot of power, but he gets on base and causes problems. First pitch on the way to Fernando Tatis, speaking of problems, is a curveball outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Good to see you, Tree Fitty. I think we said hi to Timothy, but I can only see so much of the screen, so I can't scroll up. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. Curveball, 1-1. Fernando Tatis, batting .256 with 8 home runs, 781 OPS, 22 RBI. Lefty, Braves in their Friday Night Reds. The 1-1 swung on, chops it right into his instep. It's 1-2. Braves head to toe tonight. We've got our red tops, white pants, blue lettering, blue numerals, all outlined in white, and the names on the back in white. Blue stripes down the pants. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted into right field. Just foul. Tatis took a long time to get out of the box. He realized, that ball might actually fall, but it fell out of play just right of the first base side. It's 1-2. Tatis almost got an excuse me double. So a 1-2 count. Braves infield, a touch to the left, but not overly for the right-handed power hitter. The 1-2 pitch swung on, chopped over towards third. Is it fair? It is not. Short will flip it towards the crowd. We'll do it again. Braves and Padres will have their armed service hats on this weekend. They are black with gold stars around the right and left of the A, which is gold and green. The 1-2 swung on, chopped right into his instep again. We'll do it again, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Jurickson Profar stands on deck. Really is strange about Profar. We'll get into him in a second when he comes up to the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped her. Right back to the mound. Fried's got it, fires it over to first. And it's a 1-3 put out, 2 down. Jurickson Profar, you will see him coming into the plate. Profar, 31 years old. And he decided to test free agency last year. And no one really bid on him. And he ended up signing with the Colorado Rockies. So you would have thought that he would put up some big numbers being at the Rockies. Lefty-righty matchup. Fried fires the first pitch. 92 up top for a strike. It's 0-1. So here's the strange thing. He goes to the Rockies and hits just 8 home runs as he's there all summer. The 0-1 down below the knees, 1-1. He gets traded back to the Padres at the deadline. Actually got picked up on waivers, Got picked up on waivers at the deadline. Comes back to San Diego, and he is on a tear where I guess he just feels more comfortable at San Diego and in that lineup. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees. Good changeup by Max, 1-2. He's batting .322 and .925 OPS. That tells you something right there with Profar. He's already got 7 home runs. I think some of it may have to do with the fact maybe he was trying to put too many big numbers on a 1-year deal in Colorado. The other thing maybe is the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get laced towards center field. It's going to get just in front of Harris. That ball had a lot of top spin on it. It was getting down in a hurry. I think Harris thought about charging in, but decided to play it safe. So 1 on, 2 out, and Cronenworth will come to the plate. But looking at it, honest engine, I really think that he may just feel more comfortable in a much better lineup with protection as opposed to where he was in Colorado. Though a hitter's park, not a very good lineup. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth. Lefty-lefty matchup. Sinker right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Just grabs the outer edge of that slider, 0-2. Max Fried will throw a four-seam, a curve. He's got a sinker, a changeup, a sweeper, and a slider. And he's been using his cutter quite a bit the last few starts. So 7 pitches. He'll literally throw the kitchen sink at you. So the 0-2 count to Cronenworth. Pitch on the way. Just missed outside trying to chase that slider. Good take by Cronenworth, 1-2. You had a 1-2 count. Darno sets up inside the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Strike 3. Max Fried is dealing. We'll head to the bottom of the first. 0-0 in Atlanta.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Melky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves 0. Padres 0. Matt Waldron goes to work. The knuckleballer flips the first pitch up there, and it's down and away. Looked like his knuckler. It's 1-0. 76 miles an hour. Really looks more like a fast-moving, weird-moving sweeper. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ronald Acuna Jr. got something cooking. He gets a night off, and look out. 95 miles an hour off the bat. Smokes it into center field. We've got one on, nobody out. And Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie, open stance from the left side. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is flying around second. He's headed to third. Will they send him?
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz.
They're going to hold him. Ozzie Albies standing on second. Runners on second and third, and nobody out. And just like that, whap, bap, we got something going on here at Truist Park here on a Friday night. So this will bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Righty. The pitch to Marcell. Swung on, chopped foul down the line. It's 0-1. That was his knuckler. It should be noted the Padres are playing the infield back. They're not doing what a lot of teams do, scooting the infield in with 2 on and nobody out here in the first inning. The 0-1 to Marcel in the dirt. Good block. Good backhanded stop by the hind catcher. Higashioka, he kind of had to just backhand it and hope. That thing got on him in a hurry. The way that knuckler moves, I wonder how many wild pitches or just pitches in the dirt that you got to deal with. It's normally quite a bit for a knuckleball. The 1-1. Swing! And that ball's fouled down the line, out of play. It's 1-2. Marcel at home this season hitting .368 with 5 bombs and an 1132 OPS. How about that? The 1-2. Waldron comes set, lets her go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right by him. 4-seamer up top, 1 away. That 4-seamer coming in at the low 90s is going to look like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball after seeing that knuckleball. I believe that one got in there around 92. So 1 down. Matt Olson comes to the dish. Matt Olson just needs to get one to the outfield, and the legs will do the rest. The first pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Austin Riley once again out of the lineup. The 1-0. Waldron comes set. The pitch. Swing and pops it up. Let's stay in play. It's a can of corn bending foul and out of play. That ball landed about, say, 8 or 9 rows past the tarps down the left field line. So a 1-1 count to Olson. Braves nothing, Padres nothing. Waldron comes set, his 10th pitch of the inning. Looks it and fires one, just misses outside. 2-1. Your home plate umpires, Tony Randazzo, Tom Hanahan at first, Phil Cousy second, Alex Tossi down the third base line, just in case you didn't catch the intros. The 2-1. Waldron lets her go. High and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-1. Hey, good seeing you. Good seeing you, Brandon. Seen some other people who jumped in the chat. So a 3-1 to Olson. Righty, lefty. Waldron turns around. He pulls basically an A.J. Minter there and spun around to see if he could get the runners leading off. He's got to be careful there. That was very close to a balk. The 3-1, that will be counted as a move. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Ozzie Albies will be safe. No, they're going to call him out? Wow. Holy cow. It's going to be an RBI single for Olson. I think what the argument's going to be by Tuiasa Sopo, the Atlanta Braves. Third base coach, is that he was blocking the bag, and he was a little bit. Problem is that's more of a judgment call. Ozzie got hung up. I mean, he waited so long. He should have just stayed where he was at. They I don't know. That's close. I'd like to see another. At first glance, so he went underneath the legs. That is extremely close. I mean, extremely close. The Braves aren't going to challenge it, but his hand was hitting the bag just as he was tagging him on the ankle. But the argument from Tui at the third base umpire, Alex Tossi, was that he was standing in his way. He lost that argument. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1. Braves do get the run, though. They lead 1-0. I don't think that Ozzie was sent on that play. I think he did that on his own. And unless Tui's like standing there yelling, stay, 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 it's kind of up to him. The 0-1 swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. But I'm sure if Ozzie had to do it over, he just would have stayed. It just kind of caught him by surprise because the ball, you couldn't tell if that ball was going to get caught or not till the last second. And he was heading towards being halfway there, but he thought the ball was going to get caught, so he starts heading back to second. When the ball dropped, he spun around, and all that kind of cost him. The 0-2, chopped off the plate. We'll do it again. All in all, you got to ring it up to a bad base running play by Ozzie, but I can't kill him for something that, I mean, honestly, that wasn't egregious. That was one of those ones where he just wasn't thinking quickly enough and reacting quickly enough. The 0-2 swung on. That ball's rifled foul down the line. We'll do it again. d'Arnaud's doing a great job of at least foiling some pitches and driving his pitch count up a little bit. So Olsen stands on first. 2 down and an 0-2 count to d'Arnaud. Righty, the wind up the pitch, swung on, chops that foul. They tried to get him inside, try to sneak one past him. He's getting just enough to get the pitch count going. Good to see you, Alexander. So an 0-2, 1 on, 2 out. The windup. Oh, caught looking, strike 3. Travis knew it. He just lulled him to sleep and grabbed that outer edge with the knuckler. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 1 on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Don't ask me for advice. I still think punching in the face is the right answer.
Today is performance review day company-wide. There's been some ups and downs this year, and I think that things could turn favorably to me, favorably for me. I gotta say I'm a little nervous. We'll see how it goes.
Could you please pull up your self-evaluation for your annual performance review?
Yep, so I did fill out my evaluation and sent it over. So this is how I scored myself.
Okay, yeah, you need to pull up the one that Matt and I sent over because clearly there's a major disconnect here. As you can see, this is the criteria that Matt and I used so that we could score.
Did you grade yourself a 9 on a scale from 1 to 5?
Well, yeah, I mean, I highly exceeded the many expectations. Sorry, I'm still hung up on 0 and -1. I honestly thought I was going to get promoted.
Just to be very clear, you exceeded no expectations, and we don't promote people who have been drinking on our company Zooms.
Okay, so I feel like I make one little mistake.
No, actually, the drinking on the work calls happened twice.
Yeah, and you use a company card at the Gentleman's Club.
But at least I'll still get a bonus this year. Which am I going to get a bonus still? Because I feel like
you're absolutely not getting a bonus.
Okay, well, I feel like a salary increase then, because
we're actually considering decreasing your salary.
Likability score was a 3, so got to take that as a W.
The idea that you can walk into a ballpark, whether it's Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, or wherever, and sit down and watch a game played by boys who have become men. So you can imagine yourself still playing this game, no matter what age you are. And when you sit there, the door to your past life, which occurred 15 minutes ago at the office, on the bus, in your home, that door closes and you get lost in the technical details, the intricate details of baseball as it's played out. There's always a surprise in baseball. God, I never thought he'd be able to get to that ball. That's part of baseball's magic.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 1-0. Standing at the plate is Manny Machado. It's 5 home runs, a 622 OPS, 222. A little bit of a slow start for Manny. Be a lefty-righty matchup. Fried Appears to be ready. Comes set. Lets her go. Sinker way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Darnode sets up inside this time. Pitch high and in. Just over the hands, 2-0. Xander Bogaerts stands on deck. Jackson Merrill, center fielder, the rookie, is in the hole. So the 2-0 count, swing, and that ball's lifted towards right field. Coming in, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., 1 down. Braves appear to be avoiding the bad weather tonight, knock on wood. Tomorrow is going to be the issue. Tomorrow, there's a front coming in late tonight and then another one tomorrow night. It's the first pitch on the way. Curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fire. Swing and a miss. Change up off the edge. 0-2. Nice pitch. He gets that thing working. So an 0-2 count. Fried comes set. Bogaerts 4 home runs on the year. The changeup misses well out of the zone. 1-2. Trying to get him to chase that one off the edge. Max sitting at 23 pitches, so all good on that front. The 1-2 from Fried. Just misses four-seam fastball. Trying to grab that outer edge. Evens up the count at 2-2. Baltimore all over Seattle 5-1 in the second. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on. Chopper right in front of the mound. Darnode's got it. Flips it over to first. Had to hurry, but he got him. A 2-3 put out. 2 away. Mike Schilt is the manager for the Padres this year. That name sounds familiar. It should. He was the manager of the Cardinals back when St. Louis knocked Atlanta out of the playoffs in 2019. The famous Fultonevich Game 5. First pitch on the way from Fried to Merrill is a sinker just over the plate, just over the knees. It's 0-1. Braves 1, Friars nothing. The 0-1. Swung on, rifled back up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. That ball was hit right on the screws. No chance to get that one. So 1 on and 2 out. That'll bring Kim to the plate. Kim comes to the plate batting 8th, normally higher up in the order, but just been struggling a little bit. The first pitch on the way to Kim is a swing and a miss strike, 95 miles an hour underneath his hands. Kind of a half-hearted swing. It's 0-1. The 0-1, lefty-righty pitch, curveball in the dirt. Nice block by Travis, keeping that from going to the backstop. 1-1. Braves play tonight, tomorrow night, and Sunday night, assuming weather. And then Monday is a day game, 12:20 first pitch. That is a brutal night-day turnaround on a Sunday, Monday. The 1-1 swung on. That ball's going to get laced into left field, down for a base hit. The runner is going from first to third. He'll get there. Kelenic threw behind the runner to keep Kim at first. So you got runners on the corners and 2 outs. Thought maybe J.K. was going to fire it to third, but Merrill with very good speed. The center fielder got a good jump. Kelenic had a long way to go. By the time he got there, not much of a chance of him getting the runner. So runners on the corners, 2 out. The hind catcher, the number 9 hitter, Higashioka, batting 182. He takes a swing, bops it on the ground, right at Ozzie Albies. He flips over to first. That'll end the inning. So the Padres threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
My wife asked me if I'd clear the dinner table. Got a running start, but I made it.
Y'all, I've come to realize that all I have to do is buy one item of clothing from an online store, and that company will send me 2 emails every single day for the rest of my life.
I am has tweezers in my car years old. I used to drop it low and pick it up slow on purpose, but now it's an accident years old. If you hear about me popping and locking anywhere, that's just my bones with any sudden movement years old. I am at the doctor's office and they give me 38 forms to fill out that say, what's your birthday, what's your birthday, what's your birthday? And then the last one is like, and how old are you? And I write in the little line, I'm off the clock. You do the math, you lazy sons of years old. That's how old I am.
I wouldn't do anything for a Klondike bar, but I would do some sketchy stuff for some coffee.
On October 14th, 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates were in Atlanta facing the Braves in the 7th and deciding game of the National League Championship Series. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Pittsburgh led 2-1, but Atlanta had the bases loaded. A pinch hitter, Francisco Cabrera, who had had only 10 at-bats all season, was at the plate.
And now the Braves season hangs in the balance. The 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score...
With the tying run in, most assumed that the runner on second, Sid Bream, hobbled by 5 knee operations, would be held at third. But the third base coach sent Bream anyway.
Bream to the plate! And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
For the next decade and a half, Atlanta would dominate the National League, returning again and again to the postseason.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II will lead us off. Harris batting .258 with 4 home runs, 15 RBI, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Harris is a sweeper up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Essentially, the biggest difference between his sweeper and his knuckle, is the knuckler misses outside, 1-1. He'll change paces a little bit more with the knuckler, and the knuckler, there's times where it dips in, there's other times where it flattens out like that last one. The 1-1 swung on. That ball is roasted up the middle. That is a worm burner to the right side of the infield, and here comes the Atlanta Braves. 1 on, nobody out. Orlando Arcia is coming to the dish. So that'll bring Arcia, righty-righty match at the first pitch. Arcia is swatted towards the right side over by the first base dugout into the crowd. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Waldron turns around. Good flip. Good pickoff move. Harris underneath it. So that's one move. The 0-1, Harris inching towards second. The pitch on the way. Sinker off the plate wide. 1-1. You got to figure Waldron folks are going to try to run on his knuckler. But once again, his knuckler, if you're listening on radio, it's not your typical floating knuckler. It's got some giddy up to it, coming in at around 80s, pushed low 70s. The 1-1, fisted down the right field line, past the first base bag. It's 1-2. Braves 1, Padres nothing, bottom of the second inning. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the right field side. It's going to be plenty foul. He gave it a good ride there. If it stays straight, it's probably going to hit up against the wall. But instead, it's just a long, loud strike. Arcia batting .250, the .686 OPS. 4 home runs on the year. Waldron comes set, his 26th of the night. Inside, sinker, 90 miles an hour, 2-2. Philly leads Washington 4-1. That game is in the 5th. Zach Wheeler on the mound for Philadelphia. The 2-2. Sweeper outside wide. 3-2. So a full count. Harris on first, nobody out. The payoff pitch as Waldron comes set. He turns around and flips it over to first real quick. That was a little closer. Harris was underneath that one. Just getting back to the bag. Do it again. So a full count. Harris could be going on this pitch. All the moves used. The 3-2. Harris is gone. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Here comes the throw. Harris is safe. A head first dive. He didn't get the greatest jump. He got accelerating and went head first and just got underneath the tag. They keep showing the replay on both. He beat that throw by quite a bit. So Jared Kelenic will step in. Righty-lefty matchup. Runner on second. 1 out. The pitch. Way outside wide. Sweeper misses. Sweeper that didn't sweep. It's 1-0. Braves 1. Padres nothing. Bottom of the second inning. The 1-0. Waldron looks back. The runner kicks and fires. In the dirt. Good block by Higashioka. 2-0. I'd say this is why he got the start tonight. He's done a very good job behind that plate. Actually made that throw a lot closer than it probably should have been on the steal by Harris. As he threw that sweeper on the pitch. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. 92 out wide. 2-1. Kelenic digs in on the 2-1 pitch. Waldron spins around again. He is getting so close to that being a balk. So a 2-1 count. Harris could get to third base here before the end of this at bat. Be a big lift. The 2-1 swing and a miss. 2-2. Standing on deck is Zach Short. Waldron comes set. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Kelenic looks lost up there chasing after that one. That was his sweeper again, but it's diving away almost with two-seam action. I don't know if that's intentional or that's just the way it flipped up there. That's the second time his sweeper. I'm sorry, they put sweeper on the screen. That was definitely his knuckler. After I saw a close up to that. That ball was barely spinning. So Zach Short stands in. Righty, first pitch on the way. Knuckleball right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves 1, Padres nothing. Harris standing at second. Just need any kind of a bleeder, broken bat, anything to get him in. Acuna stands on deck. The 0-1 to Short. Swing and a miss, 92 miles an hour up top. Blew it right by him, 1-1. White Sox and Yankees are not tied, 1-1. That game is in the fourth. Orioles 5-1 over the Mariners in the fourth. The 0-2. High and out of the zone. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Rays and Blue Jays are scoreless in the fourth. Twins and Guardians. Minnesota 1-0 in the fourth. And the Marlins lead the Mets 4-0 heading to the fourth. The 1-2 from Waldron. Sinker misses outside the zone, 2-2. Tried to hit that top shelf out high. Couldn't quite get it. Royals 1, A's 0. That game is in the bottom of the first. Rangers, Angels, and Brewers, Astros are about to begin, along with the Red Sox and Cardinals. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line, but foul. Slapped a screen just above the tarps on the third base side. Couldn't keep it straight, but he really put a wallop on that one. So a 2-2 count to Short. Deuces wild, bottom of the second. 2-2, 2 out, runner on second. The pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 3. You got to figure they want to come right at Zach Short here with Ronald Acuna Jr. standing on deck. The 3-2. Waldron lets her go. Outside wide, ball 4. So another great professional at bat by Zach Short. I'm really impressed with this kid. We know he doesn't have the stick that the other guys in the lineup do. He gives you an at-bat every single time. Fights him off. Very disciplined at the plate. They're going to have a quick powwow out there at the mound. Pitching coach Ruben Niebla is heading out there. And it's a full-blown teepee there. You got about 5 or 6 guys standing out there on the mound. Kim can't even get onto the mound. He's standing at the bottom. Washington has scored a run, so it's 4-2 in the fifth. They are still at bat. We need some help from Washington. Come on, beat them Phillies. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands in. He's 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored. Be a great time for another single. Harris would score on just about anything. Other than an infield hit, he should score. If you get one in the gap, Short's got some good speed as well. You could clear the bases. So 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the second, deuces wild. The pitch to Acuna. 90 miles an hour right there at the knees over the dish. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Comes set, kicks and fires. Oh, right there, knuckleball. That knuckleball had a little bit of giddy up on it. It's 0-2. That looked more like the changeup. He does throw a changeup around that edge, so I think that might have been misprinted on the screen. The 0-2 from Waldron. Down below the knees. That was the knuckler. Man, that was a good take by Acuna. 1-2's your count. Braves 1, Padres nothing. Bottom of the second. Second time through the lineup for the Bravos. The 1-2. Up high, misses. 2-2. That was close. Almost looked like it might have grabbed the zone. And I don't know if that was really a take by Acuna or that thing just froze him. So a 2-2 count. Deuces wild. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch. Up high, misses. They're going to say he went around. I don't know about that. We'll have to take a look at that when we come back. That'll end the inning. Braves threat but fail to score. Braves lead it 1-0.
Some people are like old TVs. They need to be slapped a few times to get the picture.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lazzeri of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lazzeri had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lazzeri were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lazzeri got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that in fact Lazzeri should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting 1 game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried to the leadoff hitter. Luis Arias is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Cutter misses way outside wide, 1-1. Arias hit a little blooping one-hopper to second base his last time up for a ground out. The 1-1, Cutter misses outside wide again, 2-1. The 2-1 from Fried, swing, pops it up, high in the sky, can of corn, who wants it? Too short will make it just before the left field grass, 1 away. Showing a little bit of rain in the area. Let's hope that thing stays well wide of the stadium. So that'll bring Fernando Tatis to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. He's 0 for 1. First pitch is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball inside off the plate, 1-0. The 1-0 from Fried. Misses well inside, 2-0. The 2-0 count. Comes set, lets her go. Right there for a strike, 2-1. So a 2-1 pitch. Fried looks into Darno. He scooches inside well high out of the zone. 4-seam fastball. Ball 3, 3-1. Tatis, that's a strange number. 6 for 8, 159 versus left-handers. You would think he would be pounding left-handers. The 3-1, high out of the zone, ball 4, and he loses the 1-out walk to Fernando Tatis. The number 3 hitter, Jurickson Profar, is coming to the plate. Just need 8 more likes to get rid of that sign. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please go ahead and smash the like button here on the YouTube channel. If you're not on the YouTube channel, come over and find us now. It's Braves Country. YouTube.com/@Braves Country, Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way to Profar is called for a strike on the outer edge. Just kisses the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Max zips it in there. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Profar 1 for 1 with the single in the first. You'd love a double play here. He may be hard to double up. Pretty good speed. The pitch, nasty curveball, fell off the table, 1-2. Notice Max's last couple starts really hasn't used his curveball much. He's really leaned more on his slider and his cutter. The 1-2. Swung on, grounded towards third, but that'll kick foul. It'll knock up against the tarps. Let's hope we don't need those tonight. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line into the upper deck, but foul. Probably missed it by about 20, 25 feet. Good Lord, he nailed the tar out of that one. Thankfully, it went foul. The 1-2 pitch. Fried comes set. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him with that curveball. That thing just fell off the table. Swing and a miss. 2 away. He hasn't thrown that curveball much, but that was a nice one. That's your ideal, darn near 12-6 curveball if you're listening on radio. Maybe more of a 12:30 to 6:30, but it right there. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth is outside the zone. 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Cutter misses outside, 2-0. So he goes 4-seam and a cutter, both on the outer edge to Cronenworth. And Cronenworth has had some big hits against the Braves in the past. Power hitting first baseman. Doesn't really get the respect that he probably should around the league. The 2-0. Chop foul off the plate. It's 2-1. Jake Cronenworth, 30-year-old. Drafted by the Rays out of the University of Michigan. But he's been with San Diego since he came up to the majors in 2020. Last year, 10 home runs. He's already got 7 this year. He had 17 and 21 prior to that, respectively. The 2-1 pitch. That ball's going to get dribbled through the infield. That's going to be a base hit, and Tatis, with his speed, is going to easily make it first to third. Braves were playing a bit of a shift. It's really odd. So Ozzie was playing the shift, Arcia wasn't quite as close to the bag as you would expect on the shift, and that made the difference. Because if he's over where they normally stand, he's going to be able to cross over that bag and scoop it. So 2 on, 2 out, and here comes Manny Machado. Machado, first pitch on the way, fastball right there on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Baltimore 5, Seattle 1, top of the 5th. Philly 4-2 over Washington. They are in the 6th. The 0-1. Kicks and fires in the dirt. Good block by Darnode. He looks the runner back to third. Runner at first stays put. Cronenworth not really a threat to go. He'll get a few stolen bases every year. He does have one this year, but typically around the 4-5 range. So the 1-1 to Machado, 31-year-old out of Miami, Florida. Fried steps off the rubber, looks everyone back. You got runners on the corners, 2 outs. The 1-1 curveball just smacks the other side of the plate for a strike. Might have been a touch off, but he got the benefit of the doubt. 1-2. That's another strange stat. Manny Machado 4 for 32 against left-handers this season. Let's hope that keeps up tonight. So 1-2 count. Lefty, righty. 53rd of the night. So it's getting up there. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the line. We'll do it again. You typically like to be around that 15 pitch range per inning or less for a starting pitcher. He's up, so he should be sitting at 45 at the end of this inning. He's at 54. Get out of this inning and then try to work on getting some quick ones. The 1-2, Fried. Lets her go. Inside, 97 miles an hour, nowhere near the zone, 2-2. So Deuce is wild once again. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. Manny Machado, the man at the plate, the pitch. Inside, 97-mile-an-hour sinker. Ball 3-2. So now you got the runner at first will be on the go. Standing on deck is Bogarts. Fried on the ropes here. The wind up the pitch. Inside, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So they went to that sinker 3 pitches in a row. He did not have the touch on it, and none of them were anywhere near the zone. And now they've walked the bases loaded. You kind of wonder sometimes with the mentality there. If a pitch isn't working for a guy, just go to somewhere else. Fried's looking into the dugout about something. Abreu's coming out and talking to him. This is interesting. Abreu filling in for Seitzer. Not Seitzer, Kranitz. Home plate umpire Tony Randazzo goes out there to check on everybody, break up the huddle. So bases are loaded. 2 outs, and here comes Xander Bogaerts. Nothing else. I think Fried was getting a little perturbed that someone was coming out there to talk to him, but nothing else. You're giving him a breather. giving him a chance to catch his breath. First pitch on the way from Max is swung on and lifted over towards Ozzie. It's a one hopper, a slow hopper, into the glove. He stands on second. That'll end the inning. So whatever Brayu said, let's promote him. We'll be back in a flash.
You people that walk in the middle of a parking lot, like right down the middle, are wild to me. And then you turn around and you're like, oh, I had no idea there was a car behind me in the middle of a parking lot. Must suck to suck. There's way too many people outside.
You know that there was an illegal gambling operation going on just down the street from where you live?
No. It was illegal. What that's that? I ain't heard nothing about that.
Armchair.
Cheating on me? That's easy. But trying to stop your car with no brake pads ain't.
The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida. A black kid could attend. So just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck was, I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Waldron goes back to work, 46 pitches into the night. The 0-1. Outside wide, sweeper misses. 1-1. Braves 1, Padres nothing, bottom 3. Third time through the lineup seeing the knuckler, the 0-1, or the 1-1, excuse me. Swung on, lifted high down the third base line. Out of play. Goes into the corner just before the stands, but no chance for the left fielder Profar to get over there. He's got Ozzie playing to pull. So the 1-2 pitch. Outside wide, that ball goes to the backstop, 2-2. That's one of those ones you wish Ozzie would have swung at. He'd be standing on first right now. That was a good old-fashioned. What's the old saying that they had about the knuckleballs? The 2-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Frozen with that knuckler. 1 away. Can't remember who originally coined it. You know, you want to say it's Yogi Berra because he said everything, but remember a catcher was asked at one point, how do you catch a knuckleball? It's got to be so hard. And whoever it was that first said it, because catching a knuckleball is the easiest thing you can do, is the first pitch on the way, swing and a miss strike, it's 0-1. You just wait for it to stop rolling and go pick it up against the wall behind the backstop. The 0-1 to Ozuna. Swung on, fisted, fouling out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Swing, pops it up. If it's in play, it is. It's not going to be good. Can of corn. Higashioka makes the catch. 2 down. I was a Klesko fan. I see the chat going, talking about Klesko and Rangan. I was a Klesko fan until he got traded, and then he had an interview where he just talked so much smack about Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on and lifted high over towards the dugout. It will reach out of play. Smacks on top of the third base dugout on 1. It just seemed like it was sour apples. He was saying how much happier he was going to be out of Atlanta. I'm pretty sure he was going to San Diego. He was talking so much junk about the city of Atlanta, and at that point I lost all respect for him. I'm sure it was just heat of the moment stuff, but the 0-1 to Olson, knuckleball misses out wide, 1-1. Somewhere around that time period, Tom Glavine went to the Mets, so I was a little madder at him. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and grounds it over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 putout, and the Braves go quietly for the first time tonight. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the fourth, 1-0 over the Padres.
I think I have Alzheimer's because I can't remember when I asked you for your opinion.
Crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
She said, this is the definition of the female gaze. What? Like lesbians, dude? The female gaze. No, they're called lesbians. No, the female gaze. Like, I'm not just saying that. Like they prefer to be called lesbians. Dude, the female gaze, what? Like with your eyes. You gaze with your eyes. I have gay eyes. Do I have? It's almost not even worth it. No, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. No, oh my god, me, dude. You're the one that don't know the word lesbians. I know the word lesbian, dude. I mean, like to see, like they don't see different, dude. I'm telling you, they don't see any different, though. I'm done. I've done the research, dude. I've watched like a ton of footage.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder. A former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle, he transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished third spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried will go back to work. Kind of a high pitch count. As we begin the fourth inning, he's at 58 pitches. First one on the way to Merrill is a slider, just misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. Miami 4-0 over the Mets in the fifth. The 1-0. Got a wide strike call there from home plate umpire Tony Randazzo. We'll take it 1-1. Merrill is not pleased. Tampa Bay and Toronto still scoreless in the fifth. The 1-1 swung on and grounded through the hole off the glove of Ozzie, just underneath it. He got a piece of it. Rolls out there to right field, and it's a leadoff single for Merrill. Just out of the reach. Oh, so close. I don't know if he would have been able to get him because he would have had to jump up. Yeah, looking at it again, there's no way he gets him. Even if he stops the ball there, there's no way you're going to beat Merrill's speed. First pitch on the way to Kim drops down for a bunt, but it goes foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Yankees lead the Chi Sox 3-1. That game's in the 5th. Philly still leads Washington 4-2 in the 7th. The 0-1 from Fried. Lets her go. In the dirt. Change up 1-1. Minnesota 1-0 over Cleveland in the 5th. St. Louis leads Boston 2-0 in the 1st. Home run by Newbar. Aaron Judge hit a home run for the Yankees tonight. It's his 12th. Keep an eye on that. The 1-1. Fastball touches the top of the zone. It's 1-2. If you missed that Pittsburgh-Chicago game today, Paul Skeens was dealing. 6 no-hit innings, just gave up the 1 walk against the Cubs in a 9-3 win over Chicago. The 1-2, chopped over to first. Olsen's got it, fires it over to second, where Arcia sends it right back to him, and it's going to be a 3-6-3 rally-killing double play. Good defensive play on all sides there. It's a great throw by Olsen. He's got to make it over the runner and keep Arcia leading right to it. Arcia bounced it over there, but all in all, is a great play. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter, Higashioka, to the plate. He takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The Hind catcher, Kyle Higashioka, 34 years old, from Huntington Beach, California. The 0-1 down and in, 1-1. He was drafted by the Yankees way back in 2008. Played for the Yankees from 17 until 23. Came over to the Padres this year. The 1-1 swung on, hit hard on the ground, right too short. Life is too short, baby. He fires it over there. It's a 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So essentially, after the double play, 3 up, 3 down. Let's grab the bats and get some runs.
Oh my God, you smell like weed. Oh well, you smell like your husband left you for a younger woman, Carol. Shut the up.
Welcome to a day in the life of an umpire in the late 1800s. Many were ex-ball players with little to no prior experience. One umpire presided over a game, and that one umpire worked the entire homestand. They would stand behind the catcher until someone got on base. Once someone got on, they would move behind the pitcher and call balls and strikes from there. They were often responsible for many things at once, making sure runners touch bases, keeping an eye on the ball, and calling close plays. Sometimes all at the same time. It wasn't until 1885, 9 years after the first professional umpire, before they began wearing chest protectors for the first time. They were paid $5 by the home team per game. The home team chose the umpires from a list of 5 names submitted by the visiting club. Umpires were routinely spiked, kicked, cursed, and spat on by players, while fans hurled debris at them from the stands. Despite there being no dress code, they often wore a top hat, a Prince Albert coat, and a cane. There was a high turnover rate due to low pay and poor working conditions.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Walk around Walmart eating grapes all day, nobody says a word. I open one Miller Life, they call the law.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Waldron will go back to work 56 pitches into the evening. Travis d'Arnaud leads us off. The number 5 hitter takes the first pitch. Off the plate wide, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. To be fair, Randazzo has given that outside strike all night long. The 0-1 inside. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. So a 1-1. Outside wide, 2-1. Waldron, the 60th pitch of the night, 91 miles an hour, another wide strike. 2-2. d'Arnaud will take his quick timeout, steps out of the box. The pitch on the way from Walden. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Knuckleball got him. Went away. It's going to be hard to get hits off of this guy if you're going to give him a wide strike zone on those sinkers. And then he gets those 2 strikes, and you're sitting there knowing that you have to cover that edge, and here comes the knuckle. Minnesota 1-0 over Cleveland in the 6th. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II, who's 1 for 1, is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Kansas City 1, A's 0, 4th inning. Yankees lead the White Sox 3-1. They're in the 6th. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Michael Harris II was chopped foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves sit 2.5 games behind Philly, 5 in the win column, but even in the loss column. The 1-1, down and away, 2-1. So 2-1 to Harris. Standing on deck is Arcia, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to first. Grabbed by Cronenworth. High throw, and Michael Harris II is going to be safe. Ball was bobbled by Waldron, but it was a bad throw by Cronenworth. Not a terrible throw, but I think considering how close he was, kind of handcuffed him. He was having to leap, backhand, and try to find the bag all at once, and he dropped the ball. So Braves get a break, and maybe we can turn this into something. Braves 1, Padres 0. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a sweeper that smacks the edge of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Oh, throw over to first. Did he get him? Man, was that close. Starting to think that was Acuna standing over there. Yeah, that was really close. Philly still leads 4-2 against Washington. Wheeler is still pitching in the 8th. He's up well over 100 pitches. The 0-1, high and out of the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves 1, Padres 0. We're just here in the 4th inning. Slower moving game than it has been last few nights. The 1-1, inside swing, hit on the ground. That's going to be an easy 5-4-3 double play. We know Arcia is not the fastest runner, and he was late getting out of the box on that swing, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves will head back out there, and we'll see if Max can put up another donut. It's 1-0 Atlanta.
So I was on my way home the other day, and I seen this homeless man. I stopped to check on him. He said, "Hey, bud, you couldn't spare a couple dollars, could you?" I opened my wallet and had $2 in. I said, "Yeah, I got $2 here," and went to hand it to him, and I stopped and I said, "Hey, I'm just curious. You gonna spend this money on alcohol, are you? You know, whiskey, wine, anything like that?" He said, "No, sir." I said, "I quit drinking many years ago." And I was like, well, all right, that's good, but you ain't going to spend it on gambling, are you? Like lottery tickets and stuff? He said, no, sir. I quit that gambling years ago. I'm just trying to get day by day, man. Every little bit helps. I said, all right, well, you ain't going to spend it on them there drugs, are you? Cocaine, marijuana, methamphetamines? He said, no, I give up doing the drugs too, bud. He said, I'm just trying to get myself together. I said, all right, well, hold on. You know what? I'm going to take this $2 back home, and I'm just going to take you with me. And I'm going to get my wife to cook you a hot meal. And he said, well, I'm much obliged, sir. I surely appreciate it. He said, well, why would you do that? I said, I just want to show her what happens if I was to quit drinking lottery and get off cocaine.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gambling that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler, and he ran with the gambling crowd, and he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when he needed to make errors. He was a scary figure, scary because he was tolerated, scary because of what he did, scary too because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team, and Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried to Arias is swung on and fouled off of the face mask of Travis d'Arnaud. It's 0-1. They're going to check on Travis real quick. He appears to be okay, laughing with Arias. We took the sign down a while back, but failed to hit this when we hit the 100 likes. We appreciate everybody hitting that like button. If you haven't already, please go ahead and smash that like and subscribe today.
Braves win! Braves win! Braves win! Braves win!
The 0-1 from Max. Slider right there for a strike. Buckled the knees of Arias. Arias batting .300, 714 OPS. Max comes set. Arias steps out of the box for a second. The 0-2. Down below the knees. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Man, Philly's still wearing those terrible, I guess maybe that's their Friday night gear that they wear at home. Those things are awful, the City Connects. The Arena Baseball League jerseys. A 1-2. Swatted foul and out of play. We'll do it again, 1-2. It's so odd that the predominant colors in that entire jersey is black and yellow. Considering Pittsburgh is a close by rival city. The 1-2 misses out of the zone, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Top of the 5th, nobody out. Braves lead just 1-0. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled up the middle, and that'll be a base hit for Arias. He just finds a way to get on against the Braves. 97 miles an hour. Off the bat, smoked it. Just behind Fried. Fried tried to throw his glove up there, but a little bit late on the reaction. I was happy to see him get traded out of the division, and then I looked at the schedule, and I saw that immediately we were facing. I was like, man, we just had to face this guy. First pitch on the way to Fernando Tatis is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Fried at 75 pitches here in the 5th. He could use another double play. The 1-0. Curveball down and in, 2-0. Fernando Tatis batting .260 with a .780 OPS. It's hard to believe he's just 25 years old. Out of the Dominican Republic. The 2-0 pitch. Down below the knees. 3-0. Seems like he's been in the league like a decade. So a 3-0 count. Lefty, righty. Pitch on the way. Inside. Ball 4. So Max gives up a hit, walks one. You got bases on, runners on first and second, and nobody out. Jerickson Profar, one of their hottest hitter, is coming to the plate. Max at 78 pitches. Pitch on the way, drops a bunt down, grabbed by d'Arnaud on the ricochet, but it was foul. It's 0-1. That Skeens was something else watching that today. I didn't get a chance to really watch that first one because they were playing the same time the Braves were. And I watched him quite a bit when he was at LSU, but seeing him do that against Major League batters, I mean, my goodness. The 0-1 swung on, rifled over to right field. That is going to be a run. It's going to get into right field. Arias comes around. Acuna is going to get the ball back into the infield. Runners on the corners. Still nobody out. And the Padres have tied it up 1-1. Braves are playing such a big shift. Olsen had no shot of getting that ball over there. He was playing in basically second base position. So anything that gets slapped over there, he's got no shot. I don't get the idea on that when you had double play set up. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth is well high out of the zone. It's 1-0. That's that analytics team just outthinking themselves. The 1-0. Lefty, lefty, pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone, 2-0. Fried looks like he's starting to run out of gas. Here in the 5th inning, he's at 82 pitches. Braves 1, Padres 1. Top of the 5th, the pitch. Swing, chops it off his instep, 2-1. Braves had some opportunities to get some runs earlier in this game, and they failed to cash in, and now we got the game tied. The go-ahead run just 90 feet away with nobody out. Still a long way to go this one in the 5th. But you would have liked to have gotten a little bit of those runs in. The 2-1 from Fried. Lets her go. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 3-1. So he's about to walk the bases loaded here. Warming up in the bullpen. It looks like that's Bummer. The 3-1. Fires it high. Just grabs the high strike. Full count. Not sure about that one, but he got the benefit of the doubt. It's a good frame by d'Arnaud. That might have been what saved it. Maybe the stitches at the bottom of the baseball touch the zone. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. And that is going to get through the infield, and it's another run. Acuna gets the ball back into the infield, but you got runners on the corners again, and nobody out, and the Braves trail 2-1. Padres aren't hitting it far, but they're hitting it hard on the ground. Fried just appears to be out of gas. Bummer looked like he was just starting to get loose. So Fried's going to have to face Machado. Bogart stands on deck. The first pitch on the way to Machado, swung on, hit hard on the ground, backhanded, and it's going to be a 6-4 wide throw by Ozzie. Probably gets the double play if the ball's on the money, but it would have been close. Throw was nowhere near the bag. A run scores. The Braves trail 3-1, but now at least you got the runner on first and one out. Might be able to kill this rally. That was a wide throw. Terrible throw by Ozzie. Three-1 your score. Top of the fifth, Bogarts comes in and he hammers one into left field. Backhanded by Kelenic off the one hop, drops the ball, then gets it back into the infield. And the Padres continue to smack Fried around. Runners on first and second and one out. Looked like a ball that Kelenic might have been able to get to, but he stopped at the last second. Must have had a bad read, because if you look at where the ball lands, it lands almost side by side with them. Just a bad read. Yep, that'll do it. Snicker's finally going to go get him. We'll go to the pen. It's Bummer coming in. Runners on first and second, and still just one out.
Why did the old man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
We're in place, Buford. Buford, you listening? Now get this. That's when the subcommittee had to reallocate the funds, and then
Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone. But he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Bummer is right there at the knees to Merrill. For a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty, pitch on the way. Swing and chops that foul. Merrill fouled that into himself. It's 0-2. Runners on first and second. One out. Phillies appear to be on the way to another win. 4-2 over Washington in the 9th. The 0-2. Swung on and lifted, foul and out of play. We'll do it again. One of the things they went and got Bummer for in the offseason is that he has a high ground ball rate hitting into double plays. You'd love to get one here and get out of this jam. The 0-2 from Bummer. Merrill, lefty, match up the pitch. Sweeper outside wide, 1-2. Standing on deck is Kim, the right-hander. The 1-2, Bummer looks the runner back at second, lets her go. And the runner goes, and he is safe. Throw goes down to third. Machado steals third. It looks like it's a double steal. That pitch looked awfully close to a strike as well. Let's see if Machado, Machado just gets in there. Just before he hits him on the arm, Machado barely got in there. So it's a double steal. Pitch on the way, swung on, hit on the ground to Olsen. He looks back the runner at third. Big out. 2 down. The infield was in, so now they can back up with 2 outs. And Kim comes to the plate. Really don't want to fall that much behind, especially when you're dealing with this knuckleballer that Braves have never seen before. So Ha-Sung Kim, 1 for 2, the pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Inside, sinker misses, 1-1. Tomorrow doesn't get much easier. It's Yu Darvish versus Bryce Elder, assuming weather. Darvish is 3-1 with a 2.43 ERA. We know how Elder can be hit or miss. The 1-1. Sweeper just smacks the side of the zone, kisses the black, it's 1-2. Sunday night is Ronaldo Lopez. San Diego's not giving us a starter yet. And Monday is Chris Sale. The 1-2. Swung on, chopper back towards the mound. Bummer's got it, gets it over to Olsen, and it is a 1-3 putout to end the inning. So Bummer comes in and stops the bleeding. We'll grab the bats. Bottom of the lineup, and Acuna coming to the plate.
Michigan, Ohio State feels like you're asking me to pick which one of your kids is my favorite, and I just can't, because I don't like any of your kids.
Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey babe. Yeah. I decided that tonight I'm gonna skip out on Tuesday night football and take you on a date.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to?
Yeah.
We can go get sushi or something.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Yay! Actually?
Yeah. I figured I'd put a break on football for a little bit, just because I feel like we watch it a lot.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days. I think it was in 1912 he missed a fly ball which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, you know, a banker in California or whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. I mean, this, and despite all his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with, you better catch that fly ball out in left field or you're marked forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jared Kelenic leads us off. First pitch on the way to Kelenic is off the plate wide. Called for a wide strike high. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Knuckle inside. 0-2. Just making it really difficult to face this guy as the 0-2. Ball's going to bounce off the plate back behind the umpire. 1-2. Just makes it damn near impossible to hit a knuckleballer when you're giving him strikes as well. The 1-2 to Kelnick. Swung on, lifted high, not very deep. Lazy fly ball to center field. Making the catch is Merrill. F8 in your scorecard, 1 away. One down. That'll bring Zach Short to the plate. Short walked his first time up. The first pitch there, off the edge for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away. That time he did call it a ball. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Tampa Bay leads Toronto 3-0 in the 7th. The 1-1 to Short. Swung on, chopped foul. Back behind home plate, 1-2. Padres 3, Braves 1, bottom 5, 1 out. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Short, if nothing else, man, he battles. You got to love that about this kid. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's chopped foul down the third baseline. We'll do it again. The 2-2, down and away, ball 3, 3-2. One of those knucklers that just rolls to the backstop. The 3-2 pitch, up high, misses, ball. What the? Well, Randazzo calls that a strike. Even Snicker's jaw is dropped. That is an unbelievably bad call. That ball is at least 2 inches high out of the zone. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. First pitch on the way to Acuna. The sweeper off the edge. It's 1-0. 1-0. High and out of the zone, 2-0. What gets me is that Snicker doesn't come out and say anything. All they showed was him with his mouth hanging open. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Is that going to stay in play? Hanging over there, just gets into the Braves dugout, 2-1. And he believes steady as you go, easy does it, don't get too high, too low. But there's something to be said for leading your men into battle over there and to lead the charge. Show them that you'll go to the post for them. The 2-1, high and out of the zone, ball 3, 3-1. It's one thing you loved about Bobby Cox, and he never cowered. He would give Blue an airful. Maybe you don't have to do it as often as Bobby did, but I'd just like to see some emotion. Snicker is such a dud sometimes. The 3-1 pitch, outside wide, ball 4. And that time he did. That time he did give it to him, ball 4, excuse me. Runner on first, 2 outs, and Ozzie Albies represents the tying run. Maybe this will wake the bats up. First pitch on the way to Waldron is swung on. He swings at the very first pitch he sees. Easy, lazy pop fly to end the inning. You've got Ronald Acuna Jr. on the bases and a knuckleballer on the mound. You got to give him a chance to run.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt. Get out in the gym and start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012 he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Aaron Bummer's back out there to face Higashioka. The 9-1-2 hitters, Arias and Tatis, will be due up. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down below the knees, 1-1. The 1-1 from Bummer. Right there at the knees, 1-2. Higgy takes his time out. Braves trail 3-1. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Still a long way to go here. I'd like to keep him where it was at. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the four-seamer off the edge. 1 away. So 1 down. Pitch on the way to Arias is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty, lefty. The 0-1 pitch. Outside wide, 1-1. A 1-1 count. Bummer comes set, lets her go, swing, and swats it foul back out of play. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Fernando Tatis. Bummer slowly comes up and flips one up there, sweeper down and in. 2-2. Not really sure what the details are, but evidently the 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 3-2. Trevor Bauer and Rob Friedman, the pitching ninja guy on Twitter, are getting into it or got into it earlier today. The 3-2 pitch swung on, hit on the ground. It's going to go off the glove of Arcia. Kelnick comes up. He hustles in to keep Arias right there at first. I would imagine they're going to call that a single. 1 out. It would have made it. I don't even know if he would have been able to make that play. The way the Braves had the infield position, he was going to have to backhand it, come up, and throw it to first. And as strong as Arcia's arm is, Arias runs pretty well. So Tatis comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Takes a swing at the first pitch. Fouls it out of play. 0-1. He has walked twice tonight, though 0 for 1. Came around to score the 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Bummer. Flips it up there. Sinker's banged off the plate, 1-2. On deck is Profar. In the hole is Cronenworth. I would assume Bummer's out there for the whole inning, that they're not about to mix and match. But Tatis and Machado is the 1-2. Caught, looking, strike 3. Buckled him with the sweeper. Looked, it might have been a touch below the knees. It's definitely borderline. Schiltz awake finally. He's cussing the umpire. Maybe that'll wake up Snicker. It did look a touch below, but what you don't know is, did it cross the plate? It was a long bender. That's what the pitch stat won't show. First pitch on the way. Arias is trying to run, and he's going to got him! He got gunned down by Chadwick Tromp, firing a hose down to second. That'll end the inning. So they threatened but failed to score. Good tag by Ozzie. We'll be back in a flash.
Can I have the keys?
No! You're out of my will! You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? The Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding Guide.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brian Snicker on Austin Riley earlier today is the first pitch on the way. He's right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1 to Marcell Ozuna. Waldron is back out there for a 6th inning. Austin Riley is the 0-1 pitch. Outside wide, 1-1. They're saying he's getting closer, that he's day-to-day at this point, along with Pierce Johnson. They expect him back as well. Possibly both of them could be back this weekend. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Man, he went flailing after that knuckleball in the dirt, 1-2. This knuckler's really giving the Braves fits. I thought they would be able to tattoo this guy and get him out of there, but he's putting up one of those starts like he does against the Dodgers. Really is no rhyme or reason. He pitches great against the great offenses and gets slapped around by the no-names. The 1-2 to Ozuna, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Yankees lead the White Sox 4-2 in the top of the 8th, I believe. Pitch on the way, swung on, foul direct back again. It's 2-2. They do have a left-hander warming up in the pen, and he could be coming on if Ozuna could get on. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, we'll never know. One away. Matt Olson coming up. I thought maybe if they got Ozuna on, they would run him out of there, not wanting Matt Olson, the tying run, to come to the plate against the right-hander. But instead, Matt will stand in against the knuckler. The first pitch, right there at the knees on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on. That ball is going to get dribbled over to the left-hand side, but it's against the shift. 1 on, 1 out. Something to wake these bats up. This is another night where it just seems like that they're, and I know they've drawn some tough pitching. It just seems like they're sleepwalking. Chadwick Tromp coming up, trying to get an idea of what's going on. He came in for Darnode last inning. First pitch on the way, knuckler, down and away, was 1-0. Darnode got that ball hit off him earlier, but he appeared to be okay. But now I see dizziness is what Darnode got taken out for. The 1-0 pitch, right there for a strike, 1-1. So after that foul ball to his mask, I guess after he got in the dugout, he's being taken out for dizziness. He's had 4 concussions in his career. So that's not good. The 1-1. Right down the pipe for a strike, 1-2. I mean, you got Riley missing. You now have Darnode missing. Of course, Murphy is still on the IL. I don't think he's going to be back. Not in the next couple of days. The 1-2. Swung on, chopped foul down the line. 2-2. But if Darnode has to go on the 7-day IL for concussion, it's going to be some slim pickings. So the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Trump just looked absolutely lost there. And Schilt is going to go get Waldron. So at least we get him out of the game. And it's going to be the lefty coming in to face Michael Harris II. We'll be back in a flash.
So here's what I think you should do. You should write letters to all of the people in your life who have wronged you, but who you don't want to have in your life anymore, and then throw them in the fire and burn them. Okay, but what do I do with the letter?
What would you say is your #1 holiday film that you have to watch every year?
My favorite holiday film, you know what? It's got to be Elf. Because once again, Jon Favreau, I don't know if I'm saying it right, and Will Ferrell just knocking it out the park.
Could have said your own movie.
Do I have a Christmas movie? Which one is mine? Oh, The Holiday! Obviously The Holiday. Nancy Meyers, genius. Let's do this.
We're baseball players. I'm gonna buy a brand new wood bat, take one swing, and it's gonna snap.
We're baseball players. I spend more time warming up than I actually do playing catch.
We're baseball players. We're all addicted to caffeine.
We're baseball players. I'm gonna overthrow you in catch play and say, that's my bad. But in reality, don't care.
We're baseball players. We wear Oakleys everywhere we go because how are you gonna know I'm raw at baseball? We're baseball players. I'm gonna go down looking on 3 pitches, and when the dugout asks how the pitcher was, I'm gonna say he sucks. We're baseball players. I'm gonna bring a fresh bag of seeds to the game, and they're gonna be gone by the end.
We're baseball players. We're gonna reference the movie Benchwarmers anytime we get a chance.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? And for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, you know. Afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yuki Matsui comes in. Lefty-lefty matchup. Michael Harris stands in the first pitch. Swing and a miss. Nowhere near that splitter. 0-1. You're looking at options. Braves currently do not have a catcher on the 40-man, so they'd have to make a move. The 0-1. Rocks and fires. Inside for a strike. Caught looking, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way from Matsui. Lets her go. Check swing foul. Just held up there. Do it again. Braves 1. Padres 3, bottom of the 6th. The pitch in the dirt, nowhere near it, strike 3. And Harris looks absolutely silly in that at bat. That'll end the inning. So we put one on, but can't do anything about it. We'll be back in a flash.
This is a message to everybody who lives in my head rent-free. I'm going to need some rent. I know it's hard out here for everybody, but I am going to need that rent plus $500 deposit. I know, but I'm going to need that ASAP, like by the 1st, or you got to kick rocks. But as you know, it's very spacious, you know what I'm saying? No pet fee, and I'm going to have somebody come and look at all those loose screws.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or, we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
If you have to pick up something heavy, don't ask for any help. Throw your back out. Be a man.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. For some reason, we have to go down on the farm to grab one of the catchers down there, assuming that Darno may have to go to the 7-day IL for the concussion, as Jimenez comes in. Joe Jimenez coming in to get some work. Top of the 7th. Braves trail by 2. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball off the plate, taken by Profar for a ball as they check down the line. It's 1-0. The catchers that you have down on AAA, the most likely candidate is the 1-0. Right there for a strike, 94 on the outer edge. Looked like a wide strike. It's 1-1. Ryan Castile or Sandy Leone. The 1-1. Right there down the pipe, 1-2. The other option you would have would be go to Double-A. Most likely it would be Drake Baldwin. But I would say it would probably be Triple-A because it's so close by. Is the 1-2 out of the... is out wide, 2-2. And if you lost Sandy De Leon to assignment, he'll probably pass through the waivers and get back to you. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field. Is the park going to hold it? Catching it right at the warning track, Ronald Acuna Jr. for a long out, number 1. Sandy Leone has got major league experience, 35-year-old backstop. He's been bouncing around the league for years. First pitch on the way from Jimenez is a slider down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Four-seamer out wide, 1-1, 95 miles an hour. De Leon, if you're not familiar with him, predominantly been a backup catcher his whole career with Washington, and then he was with the Red Sox as the 1-1 swung on, pops it up high in the sky into left field. Coming underneath it is Kelnick for out number 2. He was with the Red Sox from 15 to 19, so he was teammates with Chris Sale. He's also played with Miami, Cleveland, and Minnesota, and he was with the Rangers last year. So he's got a couple of World Series rings. First pitch on the way to Machado is a slider off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Man, Tony Randazzo, if he always has a strike zone like that, take the under every time this guy's behind the plate. The 0-1 right there for a ball off the edge, 1-1. There's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes he's calling the wide strike. Sometimes he's not. It's just grab bag. The 1-1 misses high, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls back out of play, 2-2. Travis d'Arnaud, for those of y'all who might just be joining us or didn't catch it the first time, he got hit off the face off the face mask with the foul ball, and he got in the dugout after the inning, started getting a little dizzy, and he's had 4 as the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. We'll finish that thought when we come back. Get up and stretch, y'all. We're going to get some runs around this camp.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right, on 2, on 3. We are to the ball game. We are to the find me something up.
Evening, sir. Where are you heading this late at night?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We're having a little extended 7th inning stretch. They had a guest in there singing the 7th inning. So we'll go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard while we get ready for hopefully a Braves comeback. The Braves trail at 3-1. Still got 3 more ups left, and the Padres bullpen has been an issue. So hopefully we can get into it and get going here. Atlanta Braves. So back to the idea of what could happen if they end up having to put Darnold on the IL, 7-day IL. If he's diagnosed with an IL, it's automatic 7 days. Normally in National Football League, it's about 10 days, so it's not quite as long as football, but it's still a hefty load when you consider the 7 games. First pitch on the way to Arcia is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Typically in football, if you get a concussion, you're not playing the following week. The 0-1 to Arcia, swing and a miss, strike. Matsui's still the pitcher. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count, Kelnick would be due up. You'd think they'd probably go to Duvall, and then the game would be played. Will they stick with the lefty, or would they go to the righty? The 0-2 for Matsui in the dirt. That's about the 5th or 6th ball tonight that is ricocheted so far away from the catcher, you were kind of wishing with 2 strikes that the batter had swung at it. So a 1-2 count. Lefty righty. Arcia Ofer takes ball high out of the zone, 2-2. It is Duvall standing on deck. You got a 1-2. They set up outside wide again. Pitch nowhere near the zone, ball 3. So Arcia 1 ball away from getting on and starting to rally here. The 3-2 from Matsui. On the way, swing and a miss. Nowhere near the zone. Arcia fooled, and he'll be down on strikes, 1 away. One down. Adam Duvall comes to the plate. Duvall coming on to pinch hit for Kelnick. Braves with just 5 hits tonight. Another quiet night with the bats. They had the one breakout game the other night, but they really all happened in 1 inning, game 2 of the Cubs series. First pitch on the way to Duvall is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go by. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Splitter outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Nobody on, 1 out. The pitch. Outside wide, ball 3, 3-0. San Diego 3. Atlanta 1. Bottom of the 7th. If Duvall could get on, short get him over, Cunha might be able to get him in. The 3-0. Right there for a strike at the top of the zone. Duvall taking all the way, 3-1. Kansas City 6-0 over Oakland in the 7th. Baltimore 9-2 over Seattle in the 9th. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, came out of his shoes on that one, blew it right by him, 3-2. So now a full count to Duvall. It's got to be rough for Adam Duvall. He gets an at bat about once a week. Coming cold off the bench, trying to find a way to get things going here in the bottom of the 7th inning. San Diego 3, Atlanta 1. The payoff pitch from Matsui. Swung on, chopped foul. It'll bounce behind home plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. Matsui came out of the pen at the end of the 6th. He is at just 16 pitches. Lefty righty, the pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So a great at bat by Adam Duvall. Schilt is going to go get the right-hander out of the pen. I believe that's Suarez. Schilt grabs the ball. Right before we take a quick break, on this date in 1893, Phillies outfielder Billy Hamilton becomes the first player to have both a leadoff and walk-off home run in the same game as he hits a round tripper off of Al Mall, giving the team an 11-9 victory over the Senators in Washington. It would take 74 years for that feat to be matched when Vic Powers would duplicate it The 27-year-old accomplishing it in 1957 for the Philadelphia A's with the 10th inning walk-off against the Orioles in a game played in Kansas City. We will take a very quick break. When we come back, Braves got 1 on, 1 out, and 2 short is due up. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Going to be De Los Santos coming out of the pen. 16 2/3 innings with a 3.24 ERA, 4 walks, 22 strikeouts. He'll face Zach Short. First pitch on the way to Zach is high and out of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Short 0 for 1. The pitch. Outside wide. 1-1. Zach did walk in the second inning. San Diego 3. Atlanta 1. Bottom of the 7th inning. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 96 miles an hour, blew it right by him. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Standing on deck is Acuna. Duvall on first. The 1-2 to short. Swung on, and that ball just got lifted down the line. Foul and out of play. We'll do it again. The big thing you'd want here out of short is just don't kill the rally. If you have to, just don't hit into a double play. Give Acuna his swats in the top of the order. Short's been battling, though. You got to give him that credit. Philly has already beaten Washington. That game is in the books. They won 4-2 off of Zach Wheeler. The 1-2 set up outside wide. Here's the pitch. Down and away, 2-2. St. Louis leads Boston 4-3 in the 5th. De Los Santos flips it over to first, trying to catch Duvall hanging off the bag, but he was well under the tag. So a 2-2 count. Righty-righty, they set up outside again. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 away. So 2 down, and that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. First pitch on the way to Acuna, swings and pops it up. Doesn't even try to fight for it. Easy out once again. We'll be back in a flash.
There are some girls that can manage time and some girls that can manage money. I'm neither of those girls because I'm going to be late and broke.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Where's the scissors? I gotta give this thing some flavor. What are you doing?
Crew necks are for squares and Mormons.
Oh, cute. Should we do mine? I don't know. If you have no car, why open the garage?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop.
There's something in its intimacy, there's something in that incredible greenness, there's something in the peculiarity of the way that the outfield wall follows its meandering path from right to left. There's something about the way that it fits so tightly and neatly into the city, not surrounded by endless acres of ballparks. And there's something about the fact that it has been the site of so much baseball sorrow, has gone down there, that you can compare it to a Civil War battlefield. It is a vale of tears.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Is it too late to get this one rained out? No one told the Braves bats that the game was still going to go on. Jesse Chavez comes into the game to get some work in. Braves trail just 3-1, so still a long way to go. The Braves can score on a bloop and a blast. Just want to keep it close. Jesse goes to work. The first pitch on the way. He doesn't get that outside call. You would think he would. It's 1-0. Duvall stays in the game to play left field. The 1-0. Misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. Sinker gets it. 2-1. San Diego 3, Braves 1. Righty. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is slammed into left field on a 2-hopper. Duvall picks it up. And Xander Bogaerts is on with the leadoff single. So not the way Jesse wanted to start the inning. 1 on, nobody out. And the center fielder Merrill comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch inside. Cutter misses. It's 1-0. Merrill 2 for 3 with 2 singles. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Inside, nowhere near the zone. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Outside wide. 3-0. Jesse's really working himself into a jam here. The 3-0. He gives a wide strike. Really wide. 3-1 cutter. Maybe got the shadow of the plate. So a 3-1. Pitch on the way from Jesse. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 3-2. Came in and challenged him with that cutter. Jesse's normally working a lot faster coming out of the pen. I don't know if that's something intentional for him. He's normally working much faster since the pitch clock era. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Here comes the throw down to second. And they're going to say the runner got in there. Oh, the ball came out of Arcia's glove. I think if he holds on to the ball, they might have gotten the out. It's a bit of a hit and run. He put the tag on, but the ball came out of his glove. Just as he was sliding it, it would have been a really close call. First pitch on the way. Cutter. Outside wide, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-1. Braves 1, San Diego 3. The pitch. Right there for a strike. Just grabs the edge. Cutter on the outer edge. The 1-2. Swing. Pops it up. Should stay in play. Can of corn over to first. Catch is made by Matt Olson, 2 down. The runner will stay on second. Braves still just a bloop and a blast from tying this. Want to keep it right where it is. First pitch on the way to the right-hander. Kim is off the plate wide. Cutter misses, 1-0. The hind catcher, Higashioka, 0 for 3 on the night. Righty pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to short, but right at Arcia. He'll make the catch, and that'll keep the score right where it is. We'll grab the bats in the bottom of the 8th. The heart of the Atlanta Braves lineup due up.
Question for ladies. Who do you talk to when you're not okay?
Myself. That's probably why I'm not okay.
Mike Mussina is a Hall of Famer. On top of being an elite player, he was also very intelligent. He graduated from Stanford with a degree in economics and was almost the valedictorian of his high school. According to some reports, Mussina lowered his grades a little in order to avoid giving a commencement speech.
Look, you gotta get it through your head. It's not coming back to you.
Why?
Because you slept with someone else!
Yeah, like a month ago. God!
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
It's not about how many times you fall down. It's about how many times you get up.
That's not how a field sobriety test works, sir.
There is no greater optimist in baseball than President Charles Hercules Ebbets of the Brooklyn Club. For 30 years, he's been in baseball, and all that time he has had confidence in the Brooklyn fan. Through many seasons of losses and disappointments, he has carried the Trolley Dodgers, losing money year after year, when those about him lost faith in the game as a paying proposition. But the confidence of Mr. Ebbets has never been shaken. He believed years ago, as he does today, that Brooklyn is a major league city and that it would support a good team. New York Times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Robert Suarez will now come on here in the 8th. Hard-throwing right-hander. The microscopic 0.49 ERA. Yikes. 18 1/3 innings. He's been the closer for San Diego in the past as well. The first pitch on the way is down and in. Did he go around? Ozzie did not. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty. The pitch. Inside 2-0. 98 miles an hour. So a 2-0 count. Ozzie just needs to get on. The run that really matters is standing on deck. The 2-0 to Oz. Swung on, chased that one well off the plate. Fouls it back out of play. It's 2-1. You'd like to see him take a pitch when the guy comes out of the bullpen missing. The 2-1 count. Righty, lefty, pitch on the way. Swung, pops it up, easy out. Can of corn, who wants it? First baseman Cronenworth takes it, 1 down. So just like that, giving a bat away, it's going to make it hard to come back on the guy like this. He had a 2-0 count, swung at one well out of the zone, and then swung at one in on his hands. We haven't been paying attention because everyone else has been doing so badly, but Ozzy's been scuffling in his own right. So here comes Ozuna. First pitch on the way to Marcel is 99 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Righty, Ozuna 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts and a pop out. The 0-1 swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and the Big Zoo gets it going. He's got his hit streak back up to 10. That's the second time he's had a hit streak, double digits this year. Didn't quite get it into the corner to get in scoring position, but he gets on to bring Matt Olson the tying run to the plate. Olson could tie this with 1 swing. First pitch on the way is foul tipped into the glove. Kind of a half-hearted swing there. It's 0-1. Righty, lefty. Olson 2 for 3 with 2 singles and an RBI. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on a changeup that was off the plate. Down and away. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Chadwick Tromp. Olson's got to keep that in mind. Got to figure Suarez doesn't really want to give him any kind of meat there with Trump standing on deck. The 0-2 to Matty. Swing, and that ball's laced foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Ozuna on first. 1 out. Suarez comes set. The pitch to Olson. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour. Olson nowhere near it. 2 down. Miami all over the Mets tonight, 8-0. So Chadwick Trump comes on. He's in for the injured Travis d'Arnaud. First pitch on the way to Trump is swung on. That ball is rifled into the gap. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes the runners. Marcell Ozuna will stop at third. They thought about sending him. He probably would have been dead meat. Ozuna doesn't run the best. He runs hard. He can only get those Fred Flintstone legs moving so fast. Good piece of hitting by Trump. He can hit fastballs. That we've seen. What I've seen from Trump is he struggles with the off-speed stuff, but he can hit just about anybody's fastball. So, a single, a broken batter, an error, anything would probably tie this game up. Trump runs relatively well for a catcher. They're going to go out there and talk to him again. Pitching coach Ruben Niebla is out there. He's got the whole infield in. They're going over options. Remember, Arcia stands on deck, so the idea may be to pitch around the left-handed bat of Harris to get to Arcia. The way they've been swinging the bats, I don't know if that's the smartest game plan on the planet. Real quick, we'll squeeze this in. On this date, 1906, in Columbia Park, Ty Cobb breaks up Rube Waddell's no-hitter. The Georgia Pete spoils the Southpaws no-no with a bunt single, and the Tigers 5-0 loss to the A's. First pitch on the way to Harris is down and away for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and in. 100 miles an hour. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Just need a single to tie this. I think this could really turn the tide. The 1-1 chases one well off the plate, 100 miles an hour, 1-1. One and two, excuse me. So a 1-2 count. Harris does have a single tonight. Got one off the knuckleballer into right field early in the game. The 1-2. Swung on. Chopped foul. Chased that one well out of the zone, but stayed alive. We'll do it again. Any kind of a broken batter. Texas leaguer. Seeing eye. Hit them where they ain't, boys. The 1-2 swung on and fouled away, fisted over the third base dugout. We'll do it again, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Happy Braves fan ended up with a souvenir. She's high-fiving everyone out there. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike three. Michael Harris down on strikes again. We'll be back in a flash. We're heading to the ninth, trailing 3-1.
This guy asked me on a date, and then he never got back to me. It's been a day.
He moved on, probably with someone better, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, sorry, that sounds pretty good. You're probably just out with the old in with the new.
Are you serious?
Probably prettier than you too.
Oh my god.
You look like a giant turd right now.
Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
If you were a bird, where would you fly? I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV. We haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time, the Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodger.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is the story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just, well, they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Rocio Iglesias is coming in, trailing 3-1. This is interesting. First pitch on the way to from Iglesias to Reyes is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Iglesias hasn't pitched since last Saturday, so I'm sure it's got a lot to do with it. But the 1-0 right there, first strike, 1-1. What you hate about that is you're about to go on a run here with no days off as the 1-1 swung on, foul back out of play 1-2. And we know they won't use him in back-to-back days. So your hands are going to be tied if the offense doesn't blow one out here in the next few days. So 1-2. Swing and fouls it out of play. Do it again, 1-2. Orlando Arcia, Duvall, and Short would be due up in the 9th. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Braves trail 3-1. The pitch swung on, grounded hard on the ground to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, flips it over to first. 4-3 put out. One away. Looking at the Braves schedule here in the near future, is the first pitch on the way to Tatis is a 94-mile-an-hour four-seamer up top, misses. It's 1-0. Braves will finish these 4 games with San Diego on Monday, and then Tuesday head to Chicago. 1-0. Rifled foul down the line, now to play, 1-1. We'll be at the Cubs Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then a day game Thursday, followed by Friday in Pittsburgh. The 1-1. That ball is scalded in between short and third. Then it's a 1-out single for the Padres. It is a 4:05 first pitch next Saturday. Tomorrow is 7:15. After the Pittsburgh series next weekend, we return home. The schedule starts kind of going in our favor a little bit. We're home against Washington and Oakland for a 7-game set. First pitch on the way from Iglesias to Profar is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there at the knees. Nice changeup. When he's got that changeup working, he's hard to hit. 1-1. If you look into early June after we are at home against Washington and Oakland, we then go to Boston and go to Washington and Baltimore. The 1-1 swung on, fouled out of play. 1-2. That'll be a fun series in Baltimore. The other good thing is playing Washington and Baltimore like that back-to-back, though it's on the road the entire week. You ought to be able to stay relatively, you might even be able to stay in the same hotel. Probably won't, but the 1-2 swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Can of corn. Who wants it? It's Ozzie, 2 away. So 2 down. As we look towards the back end of June, they'll face Tampa Bay and Detroit at home, then go on the road to the Yankees and the Cardinals. The first pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's going to get dropped into center field, down for a base hit, and they got runners on first and second and 2 outs. And Manny Machado coming to the plate. At the end of that St. Louis trip, we've got that weird one-day stopover into Chicago to face the White Sox. That's a makeup date from the one that was rained out when we went to play the White Sox. First pitch on the way to Machado's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. On this date, 1970, the great Hank Aaron collects his 3,000th hit at Crosley Field when he gets an infield single off the Reds. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball's hammered over to third. Diving stop by Zach Short, and too short, baby. 5-3 will end the inning. So we'll keep it right where it's at. A great defensive play by Zach Short. He's been impressive. We'll be back in a flash.
Evening, sir. Where are you heading this late at night?
I was on my way to a lecture about alcohol and its effects on the human body and smoking and staying out late at night.
Who gives a lecture about that this late at night?
My wife.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
So, Dad, I think she's the one. I'm gonna marry her.
Tell me you're sorry.
Wait, what? What?
Tell me you're sorry.
What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm not saying sorry.
Hey, until you can say you're sorry for no reason at all, you're not ready.
Why is baseball, you ask? Because it is like charity. It never faileth. It is always there except on wet grounds. And to the man who is too old to keep up with the attempt to civilize football, and too young to need so soothing a sedative as golf, who works hard when he works, who wants to rest hard when he rests, who wants a drama that is as full of surprises for the actors as it is for the audience, who wants a race that cannot be fixed like a horse race, who is so genuine and American that he wants something to kick about without meaning it, and something to yell about that everyone around him will think more of him for yelling about. To that man, baseball is the one great lifesaver in the good old summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jeremiah Estrada, the Padres closer, comes into the game. .93 ERA, the first pitch on the way, 97 on the black. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Buckles him for a strike. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. High and out of the zone, splitter misses. 2-1. The 2-1. Righty. Pitch on the way to Arcia. Swung on, chopped foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Braves 1, Padres 3. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 97 up top. One away. Don't believe the Braves have ever seen this kid throw. Couldn't find any data on it during the break. That's always going to be tough the first time you see a closer, especially someone throwing 97. Adam Duvall comes to the plate. He drew a walk his only time up. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Nasty slider. 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Pitch pops out of the glove of the hind catcher, Higashioka. He might have gotten that call as bad as the zone has been for home plate umpire Tony Randazzo all night, but Once he dropped the ball, he had no chance. The 1-1, swing, and fouls it out of play. 1-2. He had a 1-2 count. Righty, righty. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. I don't know what he's waiting for there. Just threw a soft splitter up there at the top of the zone and absolutely froze Duvall. We'll say this for Duvall. He's been sitting on the bench for a week, so it's kind of hard to go to that route. But nonetheless, you got to swing the bat. So 2 down, and it's all up to Zach Short. First pitch on the way to Short is chopped foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Zach Short 0 for 2. The walk in the second. Just got to find a way to get on. If he gets on, Acuna would be the tying runner. The 0-1 in the dirt. Bounces up and hits the home plate umpire. Maybe that'll shake some. Too bad it didn't hit him in the head. Help with his double vision. He's been calling wide strikes all night long. So a 1-1 count. Righty, righty, pitch on the way. Down and away, 2-1. Cunha stands on deck representing the tying run, but we got to get there. The 2-1 pitch. Up high, misses, ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Zach Short. Feel like if he would crouch down, it'd make it really difficult to hit that strike zone as small as he is. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. 3-2. Braves down to their last strike. Or possibly a base on balls would bring the tying run to the plate. Braves 1, Padres 3, bottom of the ninth, 2 out, the payoff pitch. Swing and fouls it out of play. 97 miles an hour right in his kitchen. We'll do it again. A full count. Estrada, his 16th pitch of the inning. Here he goes. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and he mows down the bottom of the order. 1, 2, 3. So Atlanta Braves lose a tough one, 3-1. We won't do a long post-game show tonight. We'll go ahead and wrap it up here. I feel like you got to go back to the beginning of the game where the Braves had so many opportunities those first 2 innings to get more runs across the board. The fact that we only ended up with 1 run. We finished with 7 hits. But the first 4 of those hits were in the first 2 innings. And we should have been able to scratch across more than 1 run. Braves lose a tough one. They fall to Waldron in the knuckleball. He goes to 2-5. Max Fried goes to 3-2. His ERA will go up to 3.81. Waldron's will drop to 5.0. And assuming we can get the game in tomorrow night, we'll be back tomorrow night. Pitch by pitch, play by play. Bryce Elder versus Yu Darvish. We're going to have to get some runs out there because I don't think Elder's going to shut this offense down. They are calling for rain, but I'm hoping that we can get it in and dance around those raindrops. Got to get these bats woken up, though. Braves lose a tough one, 3-1. Y'all have a good night, Braves country. Get some rest. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Braves lose a tough one, 3-1.
Bye.